Good morning. This is April 5th, 2023. Time is now 9 a.m. I'm Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. I'll call this meeting of the Board of Commissioners to order. If you do have cell phones, please silence them at this time. And if you would please join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And join me for the invocation. Father, we come to you this morning, Lord, and we just thank you for this day that you've given us. We ask, Lord, that as we come together today to do the business of the county, that you would be with us. We ask that you would be our guide, that you would give us your wisdom, guard us. We ask that you guard our thoughts, our words, and our actions here today. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. Hey, Kelly, could we get a roll call?
Commissioner Day,
Present.
Commissioner Kanda.
Here.
Commissioner Flower. Board Kelly Camper present.
Thank you. And audience introduction. You get to start again today.
James Gilbert,
Kayla Day Wetmore.
Robert Larson, Paul Young,
Go ahead.
Cliff Rock.
And Jennifer Cree, your admin.
Okay, and I think we've got a couple people online, so if anybody goes to talk a little later, please identify yourself for the record. Do we have any amendments to the agenda here today?
None from me.
No, sir. Okay. No minutes. So commissioner items, Commissioner Kanda.
I don't have anything other than to remind you two that I sent out another invitation. I talked to the staffer for Governor Senator Hickenlooper, and the meeting is on for the. I resent it, so everybody's got the same sheet of music now. On for the or excuse me, the 12th in the afternoon.
Okay.
So originally I had it at 2:30, then at 3.
Now it's 4 o'clock.
4.
Yeah. They're doing it right after the mayor's roundtable, and they're holding the mayor's roundtable in Pathfinder Park. So be it both of them. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Flower.
Oh, thank you, sir. Not much. I attended a meeting yesterday with some people from Custer County Recycles in the process of writing a grant. It's a non-match grant, so I don't know if you guys want me to put that on the agenda to get formal approval of that. It's a RREO grant. We've written before.
That's what you've done before.
Yeah, it's for some equipment recycling. I told them I would mention that if we need to get a formal approval, no problem. But there probably with it being no match required, shouldn't be a big deal.
I'm good with it.
If you're good with that, we'll press on. Other than that's all I had. So.
What I would have is I did go down and to the Florence fire meeting last night. Actually went to that right after the fire in Wetmore.
You met at the fire.
So, but fire's out and everything's good there, and that's all I have. So Jennifer, do you have anything for us?
No, sir.
Okay. Public comment. If we have anything, if anyone has anything that's not on our agenda for later, please feel free to speak up now. Deb.
Good morning. I just want to thank all three of you commissioners for giving me time last week to have a personal discussion with each of you. I appreciated the time. I appreciated the insight. And I just look forward to having more constructive conversations with you in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing anyone else? Okay, that will take us to the staff reports.
We're gonna have to juggle it already.
Sounds like it. And they're not here, and I'll bet Brian's not here either.
No, I don't see anyone. Would you like me to go ask Virginia if she would like to jump first?
That would be great.
All right, give me just a second. Robert, you spell your last name S-O-N or E-N?
Yeah.
E-N.
Good morning. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm well, thank you.
Don't make me stretch.
That hurts.
Thank you.
The only question I have, did the Conservation Trust Fund money get put in already?
We get it paid quarterly.
Yeah, so the new amount is in this one.
No, I don't believe so. I'd have to look. Because this is
It
February.
looks like, yeah, it looks like it's not. That's probably because of when it came.
It came in the middle of March.
A little
Yeah.
bit. Next month's
No,
report.
this is
That's right,
February.
this is February. Yeah, good.
And if I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
121, the Justice Center,
Mhm.
is that for the land payment? What's that money in there for?
You guys set it up.
We set it up.
I don't know exactly what's your purpose of putting it
Okay.
like that, so you'd have to look at that.
Yeah, I don't have any idea. I
was understanding that you were gonna use it to
That's to keep it banked so that we had the
fund the
watch the
Justice Center.
payment on the land, the way I remember.
Yeah, you set that up maybe a couple of years ago.
When you
And it-
bought it.
Yeah, and
the-
it was, and you just, every once in a while you put different, like I think they put some of those man sales.
I mean, I think you
Yeah, we
did.
did.
Yeah.
The ones
Every
you
once in a
could,
while
there
you
was some
put
you couldn't.
something in there,
It's a bank account
yeah.
for us.
So it's probably for the
For the Justice Center when you were
Just
trying to.
yeah.
land.
Mhm.
No,
No, it's to cover anything doing with the Justice Center.
That's my understanding what it was for. Now, last time you asked about the
Like
landfill
operations
expansion.
and things that we get.
You asked about the landfill expansion
Yes.
and they're still working on that, trying to get that all straightened out.
I know we had a line item in the budget for the land payment itself.
mhm. I'll try and find that
Resolution.
motion or resolution that you guys did for that.
Well, I'm good.
You good? Anything else? No?
No, sir.
All right.
I would move we approve the treasury report.
I'll second it.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to approve the treasurer's report for the month of February. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Coming in, appreciate it.
Thanks for the no notice inspection.
Well, you did really good there.
That made up for the other one.
Thanks, Virginia.
Would you like me to, oh, here comes Vernon. Maybe Vernon can be in the hot seat.
Okay. If you like.
If you're ready,
You may do that.
I'll belong in.
call up Laura.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Hey, Bonnie. Anybody coming into the meeting?
Shoot. Shoot,
Can you
go
run
text
that,
and see if they're.
Brian or Bob? They're doing, it's a day report. That meeting. If not, text me back or call me back. Yes or no. Thanks.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I don't really have a paper to hand out. I've been working very hard this month, but there's nothing new. So,
Except your toe.
that's true.
It is good to see that you're not on your crutches now.
Thank you. Thank you kindly, sir. They are looking at some surgery, so we'll see how it goes. Now that I'm in PT, they're starting to find the rest of the damage, so. So this month has been pretty standard, but very busy. New computer systems have been working on Fridays to get the conversion for Fremont. It's been pretty intense and it's not going to slow down. So just moving forward.
You on track with the budget?
What's that?
You on track with your budget?
I'm on track with my budget, yes. They're looking at so far, the CRCA, the Colorado Regional Communications Authority, has spent probably in the neighborhood of 1.5 million with Tyler so far. We're looking at, fortunately, they're absorbing some of the costs for the cybersecurity infrastructure that has to be implemented with that. Neighborhood of about $12,000 in hardware. We're looking at some subscription costs, which need to be worked out too. Then we were hit with a request for information from the data system that the sheriff's office and dispatch uses currently, and that's going to be prodigious. So that's not coming out of our budget. We're going to have a meeting and try and figure out how to pay for all that. So as we know that a conversion is the longest 4-letter word in the English language. As we went through with our own finance conversion, we're looking at something similar with this. So it's a ongoing challenge, but we're moving forward. It's just takes time and energy.
Yeah, we just talked about that just a little bit yesterday, as a matter of fact, on the conversion. So
everything that's been paid out so far has been to Tyler, which is the new company coming in. Now we're looking at communicating with Omnigo, the other data system, and getting our data extract, much as we did with ACS moving to CIC for our finance. So, but that is far above my pay grade. So just I've been in daily contact with RCA and the other entities to make certain that our data is implemented correctly.
Just real quick, Vernon, for public information.
Yes.
Fremont County had a major hack, as we know, several months ago. And that's created quite a stir within the state of Colorado to make sure all our systems are secure.
Yes,
And you're in the middle of that, and we're gonna go through some of that. Some of that'll be held in some not classified sessions. It's not classified.
Executive,
but
yes, sir.
It is, in order to be secure, you can't let too much out, but you gotta have enough people with eyes on, it. And that's what you're in the middle of now, and we're gonna
Yes,
probably have a session to see how you're implementing it here.
yes, sir. We'll be using some of the funds. So even before that data hack, we have been changing our system so it's less vulnerable to the same hack that they have. Theirs was the long con, phishing email, maybe some malware, something like that, and everything just combined, and they were made very vulnerable. Fortunately, the CRCA, our dispatch system, was not affected. One of the few Fremont County entities that wasn't. So we were in the process of changing over anyway. Now we're looking at the next level implementation of security systems, which I'll talk about in executive session. Thank you for the money that you allocated from ARPA, because that will actually go towards a lot of that implementation. So it'll make things a lot easier. But that is one of the things that I want to talk about.
Okay.
As well as some policies that we need to be implementing.
And you'll get all that written out so people know what buttons to push.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Just need to make certain we're very secure. It has been a big issue. I mean, some departments barely got online 3 months ago in Fremont because of the hack. Once that's done, there's some security systems here in Colorado, some organizations that will do free infiltration studies, and we'll be talking a little bit about that to make certain that our systems are more secure. And
the prisons, all the systems of prisons in Fremont County, where they hack too at the same time.
They're on a different system.
That's what I thought. It
Yeah.
should be isolated, I would think.
If you can imagine that Custer County was the target, imagine that basically every
Somebody that
office
touches it.
here was affected, but the segmented systems, for instance, the law enforcement Omnigo system was separate system, so that wasn't affected.
Okay.
So just a little analogy, but on a exponential scale.
Mhm.
Question, just follow-up conversation that you and I had about this Omnigo to Tyler conversion
Mhm.
and paying for that. Is that something we should be visiting with 911 Authority Board up here about?
I believe so, yes. They have financed the last two conversions to an extent. When we shifted from the CenturyLink CAD system at the sheriff's office, dispatch moving to not Microsoft. Oh gosh, what was the other system? It's now defunct. We've moved on. They actually paid for a significant portion of that. And then moving to CRCA, they helped finance that too. I feel like that should be a conversation that could be had. I know that from communication with CRCA and the 911 Authority Board in Fremont, they're going to be meeting sometime this week or early next week to start discussing that too. So I feel like our 911 Authority Board needs to be involved with that. And some of the players across are work together, so they're going to be having that conversation.
Or do you think we should invite Buck to come in, or what do you think would be?
When is that next meeting here?
Pretty soon.
I'm not sure I can answer that.
Let me see.
It may be prudent for us to go to them instead of asking them to come to us initially. Is that what you're thinking?
I was thinking that we could get on the agenda there for that board, but we could invite Buck here as well, and then
Probably be better for the board to hear it though, and
it would ultimately need to go there, yeah.
so let's just wait. Be my recommendation.
I'm not seeing it here on my calendar.
Yeah, I can shoot him a quick email.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I believe that's it.
Well, we will get a hold of it.
I love distilling hundreds of work hours into 5 minutes. It's great.
And we don't want any more than 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, your travel time ought to be shortened now since you're
There you
not
go.
carrying the crutches with you.
That's right. That's right. Learning how to walk again, it's a challenge.
Well,
All right.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Be
well, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks. I got the note from the airport. So I'll get, we got somebody else coming in now.
I don't have them, but yeah,
Is Laura around?
I can go get Laura.
Let me talk about the airport if you want around or, you know, who else is next. So anyway, airport wise, nothing's changed over what they've reported is one of the reasons that they didn't do it in the process. As you know, we're gonna have a new ops position going. Bob McDonald resigned due to issues, and so, and he'll be back as a board member later. But so we're gonna go through the hiring interviews today, I believe at 1 o'clock. I think we're on for that. And then the ramp crack seal contract was signed and they're ready to proceed on that. It'll be done before the end of May. That's the plan. And and fuel farm is on track as well and put into the system with CDOT Aviation. So that contract will go. They got the tank ordered. And as far as I know, the antenna on the AWAS is fixed, but I haven't got confirmation. I'll have to ask Bob. It was not broadcasting. If you remember, it was somewhere the wind had knocked her somehow, and it's not broadcasting to the aircraft. You can hear it if you're close to the airplane, or you know, the airplane's close to the airport. So that has to be fixed, and I'll verify that. That's the latest they've got. Any other issues, questions?
No, sir.
So
Are they still looking at putting, when you said the fuel farm, are they looking at putting the Jet A out there?
Yes,
for-
that's been approved. States match 50-50 on it. And it'll be put out on the ramp in the corner, the southwest corner, out away from the current ramp, and then the expansion, a little bit of asphalt will have to make it a little bit bigger so you got flow of traffic. It'll be there by itself. The big tank on the av gas is going to be where it is for now. And at some point we may consolidate those.
They're gonna put a retardant reservoir out there too, or,
Don't know.
okay. But that may just be if we get something, we'll bring that in.
Sure.
So.
But it's good for firefighting, be able to stay here and search and rescue missions to be able to stay in. So
Well, that-
quicker back, they don't have to fly another hour out of the way and not
Right.
have enough fuel to loiter over fires or whatever.
Good.
Okay, that's all I got. And we don't have Laura yet.
Did speak with landfill.
And-
Want me to report on that?
Okay, go ahead.
I reached out to Brian Lockhart landfill. He's short an employee today, so he's actually on a piece of equipment for the day, so he said he would not be in.
Okay. Oh, that reminds me of something.
Hello.
Well, hello.
I'll wait after.
Oh,
Go
No,
ahead,
you're
sit
since you gave
Okay.
me on me, so I thought, okay,
down.
Good morning.
don't know where I'm supposed to be. That happens most of the time. I also have this for you to sign.
But it's not made out to me.
No, it's not. I just got that application in
Got my
yesterday.
name on it.
No, I just got that application yesterday and I said, oh, let's get that check out now because you're here and I can get it signed. Then I can get it in the mail because this gal needs that. Okay, perfect.
All right.
What do you guys want to do? You want
You
to
tell
move on
us,
to
you
the
got
next
something
staff
new?
report.
You bring the canasta deck?
I'm pulling up all.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
I don't play canasta. I've never played that.
Our moms did.
No, I don't know that my mom played canasta, but whatever. Okay. The first thing I have is the food assistance, the SNAP. And this is for February, so there's still, it still shows a lot because we were still given maximum benefits until March. We were amazed in March how many phone calls we didn't get concerning that going away. We
You
got
thought you
more.
were gonna get
We
snow.
got more in February, wondering where the supplement was. Then we only got like 2 in March, and we haven't had any so far this month. So yeah, that was quite a surprise. We had really expected to have a lot more. So that's still, there's quite a big dollar amount there, but that's gonna be decreased next month. And then our Colorado Works is, we're seeing a little bit of an increase in that. Seems to be just the times, people are having hard times finding work right now, and I think that's gonna decline too, and it's and our aid to the needy disabled is staying right where it usually is. That one doesn't move much, neither does our old age pension. Kind of just hang in there with that. The LEAP shows a lot because we did our second payment. If you got a payment in November, you got a payment in February. So that's why that number is really, really big, at 161. So that number is actually showing pretty much how many applications we've had since it started in October. 161 applications we've processed for LEAP. So, and then energy outreach, they're out of money for Black Hills. I can't draw on any money that I have left until the end of this month. So I haven't been able to use any of our energy outreach. I still have $1,500 and some dollars in there, but I can't use it until April. So
This is
yeah, the end of this month. Yeah, I know. Energy outreach, instead of just giving our money up front and just letting us use it, they can't do that. They have to portion it out so much each quarter. And I've used everything.
Oh.
Yes. So I'm like, okay. Well,
too bad because the cold front is staying in.
I know.
Today. It's
I
not
know.
gonna get above.
And you don't see it on here because of my CSBG, if I haven't got to. But in March, we've done 6 applications in March, and you've got one right there. So yeah, we've had a lot of applications for help. A lot of them have been Black Hills, and I can't use EOC money because the EOC money is gone for Black Hills because EOC set aside a portion of money just to use for Black Hills, and couldn't believe how fast they went through that. So we said, well, we have leftover money, we can use it. And they told us you can't do that. If it's a Black Hills, you cannot use it for EOC. It had to come out of that pot that they had. So, okay. So luckily I had CSBG, so I've been able to help them that way. So
Good.
yeah, at least they're getting help. Medicaid transportation, that's a pass through, but you can see that we did 16 payments. We've had a lot of payments for that. Too. We have a couple people who are on dialysis and they have to go down like twice a week. So that helps them out because we're helping to pay for their gas money since gas is so crazy.
Is that a flat rate or is it?
It's so much per mile. Yep, so much, and I can't remember what it is. I'd have to, but it's so much per mile, and we do round trip on that. And then, yeah, so community service block grant, we only had 3 in February, but yeah, that's 6 in March. That's not on here yet. And then our TFAB, for February, we only had 20. March, we did, because now we're not doing the extra supplemental food benefits. We got rid of the 24 boxes that we had because we had new people coming in, and I've had some people asking about it. So they're not sending a whole lot of product to me. They send me a lot of fresh produce that I keep telling them I don't have storage for. But anyhow, staples and stuff, they're not sending me a whole lot. I don't know if they don't have a lot to send or what the deal is, but so we just give what we have and we'll see. In May, coming up in May, we're not there yet, but starting May, that's when we're gonna start seeing people go off the lock-in or Medicaid. That was been on. So we're gonna start that, and that only happens, anybody that has a redetermination in May, we're gonna look at them, and if they're not eligible, they're gonna go off. Before, even if they weren't eligible, they stayed on. So we're gonna be dealing with that this month, and then every month from here on, anybody that's on and that was not eligible is gonna go off. So we'll probably be handling a lot of phone calls and questions about that going forward. But at least they're not trying to have us do them all at once, which is what we were afraid was gonna happen. So it's gonna be portioned out. So,
Okay.
yeah, and we can do, it's not, they're not weekly, but about every 2 weeks, we can get on calls, just states there if we have questions on how to handle it or whatever. But we think we should be okay, but that's gonna be starting, so. But I'm glad they didn't do food and men all at the same time, because that would have been, the phone would have never stopped ringing, okay? I think that's all I have right at this time. I can't think of anything else that's going on, unless you guys have questions about something.
You said that redetermination starts in May or completed by May?
Well, no, everybody has a redetermination, depending on when they apply.
Mhm.
So if they applied in May last year, they're due for a redetermination in May this year. So anybody that did that, now if you applied in June, your redetermination is not to June, on and on and on. So we don't have, say like we have 300 cases. We're not trying to get 300 cases processed in 1 month. It's going to be over 12 months. It's going to take 12 months. We're going to start and go May to May. So it's going to be a process, but we're going to see people that were on. And a lot of times people wouldn't return the applications or the recertifications and it would keep them on. That's not going to happen this time. So if they don't return it, they're going to go off. And so we're going to get phone calls and we're going to have people in and they're going to be wanting to know what's going on. So it's going to be, starting May, it's going to be a little crazy, but yeah. Anything else?
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
I heard about transportation for hemodialysis. Is there some reason peritoneal dialysis, home peritoneal dialysis is not part of the agenda? Because that would save on the transportation.
What it is, if somebody is receiving Medicaid and they're on a Medicaid benefit and they go to any place, a doctor's office, dentist, whatever, that Medicaid will pay for that trip, we can do a reimbursement, what's called a Medicaid reimbursement for travel. But they would have to be on Medicaid. And yeah, and if it's going to be paid by Medicaid, they would be eligible for that. They would just need to come into our office and let us know, and we could get it set up. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it's just that peritoneal dialysis can be done at home by the individual at home. It's just transferring
yeah.
fluid.
Well, but then they wouldn't be actually going to have it done.
That's right.
Yeah.
You do it at home.
What are you
Yeah.
asking? Are you asking if
Well,
they'll
it's just an
transport the fluid?
expense that's worth even looking into and asking why they are not on peritoneal dialysis, since we
Oh.
have a dialysis center here in Custer County.
Oh, I see what you're asking.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I see
Clear.
what you're asking. I don't know. I have no idea about that. I don't. That may be something they would have to look. Who would they talk to about that?
The dialysis center, about why they're not eligible for peritoneal dialysis.
At
They
home,
set
you're
it up.
saying if they
Yeah,
can do it.
at home.
Oh, okay.
It does take some training. I'm not saying it doesn't take training. But we did that for all the illegal immigrants in LA County that needed dialysis. We didn't bring them into the hospital. That was much more expensive. We trained them to do it.
So her real question is, how do you get the word out? Because she can always tell people,
Well, I can tell them, we have
But
two of them.
to
I
go-
can suggest that they talk to the dialysis place where they're going and ask them about it.
I mean, I don't know if those are the only two in the county, but
I don't know, those are the only two that, we're dealing with right now.
Well, yeah, that sounds like that's very trivial expense, so.
Okay, but that's good to know. I didn't know they could do that. Interesting. Oh, okay. Alrighty.
Thanks, Bob.
Anybody else have anything? That I can't answer? No.
Can you fix radios?
No. Can't do that either, so,
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura.
but thank you for that. That's nice, no, it's good to know there's.
It's okay. Kevin stood up.
Oh,
It was very hard for him to
Oh, I tell you, I don't know what
do.
I'm doing
He would have
here.
called you back if Kevin won an envelope.
I had somebody at the counter when Jennifer's calling me, and then when I go to answer that phone, they're going, you gotta call them too, that's calling me back when I called them, so no, I don't know what I'm doing.
Good Lord.
Was anybody gonna show from recycling?
He's right back there.
Oh,
I don't know, he's hiding out.
hiding in the back row.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You're back.
I'm back.
You know, I should have realized too, because I watched you walk in.
You and Laura.
Laura, she's rubbing off on me.
That's
this
right.
morning. How are we this morning?
Good. How are you?
It's peachy keen.
It's your show.
Okay, I'll just start out with a brief summary. We've continued normal operations without issues since the March report. Stephen Wilkerson continues to do a fantastic job as an operator. Let's see, we've had a third heavy duty half cage added. We had two added previously, and they are performing very well in the handling of the extra weight of the paper that we are recycling. Let's see what else.
Since we talk, can you explain mostly for the public's
Sure.
benefit about mixed paper versus cardboard?
Yes, okay. Mixed paper is, are you referring to the weight and
No,
the difficulty?
No,
It's wide.
Or just the
yeah,
difference?
so people know how to sort that.
Oh, okay.
Non-corrugated, sorry.
Okay, we made the decision to separate what we're calling paperboard from the cardboard. So cardboard would now consist of corrugated only. The paperboard is now mixed in with the paper, and that's how we're doing it. So that was a decision based on what our brokers want and what we can sell.
So
And
basically, anything that's not corrugated is considered paper, mixed paper.
Right, yes,
Heavy gauge, normal cardboard without corrugation. Any weight paper.
right. Anything that contains like fiber,
Right.
that is fibrous will be included in mixed paper now. So, and the cardboard, that's the simplest thing. If it has corrugation, then it's considered cardboard. Let's see. We're considering the pursuit of a grant from the Colorado Department of, let's see, CDPHE and REO. That's the Recycling Resources Economic Opportunities. That's with the state, obviously, and that would be a mini grant that would provide 10 to 30,000 in funding toward equipment purchases for recycling.
And Tim, I did mention that this morning during my commissioner items,
Okay,
and because it's a non-match grant by consensus, the commissioners said
Right.
press on, so
okay,
we got the green light.
okay, that's fantastic.
Question I had on it would be.
Yes.
What kind of equipment?
Well, what we're in the very early stages of it, so we've had discussions. We're considering a trailer to be able to, so that we can transport. One of the requirements with most of these commodities is that you require for the broker to come in
and provide a truck, you need 28 to 32 bales of the material. We would have the opportunity to work with in-state buyers. If we had a trailer, we could haul lesser amounts, but we would have to provide the transport. So a trailer would be, that's the biggest one.
Gooseneck, big trailer, little trailer.
Flatbed trailer,
Would be
probably not a gooseneck necessarily.
Bumper pool.
bumper.
Right. So that would probably be the biggest consideration there on equipment. And we've also considered some things, in the maintenance of the baler, like a large air compressor. That's one of the things that we're considering. So we're still discussing all of that, what that would involve.
Backup generator would be too small for anything out there.
Yeah, we're on 3-phase out there.
Can't,
So
so you're down when you're down.
great idea, but yeah, that 3-phase stuff is. And really, that's, I mean, the lights, you could always open overhead doors for lights, but running that baler would take a 3-phase and that'd be
Right.
major.
Yep.
major expense.
Can't do
Right. Okay, we're still working on a comprehensive safety and training program for employees and volunteers both. So we're in the middle of that. We've established a set of safety rules. We're looking to actually do a booklet, like a safety booklet for everybody, so that there would be, no questions, and that would involve a safety program as far as running the baler. We have a skid steer that we move bales around with, that would also involve that. So we're working on that. We just want to keep everybody safe. Okay, moving on to processing statistics. All materials, year to date, we've produced 58 bales of all materials, which would include cardboard, mixed paper, aluminum, and steel. 23 of those bales have been produced in March. Cardboard, which is by far, we process more cardboard than anything else. 41 bales have been produced year to date, 16 of those produced in March. We did sell 2 semi-loads. The first load of 28 bales weighing approximately 32,000 pounds shipped to Republic Paper in Lawton, Oklahoma on the 22nd. A second shipment is scheduled of 32 bales, 40,000 pounds is scheduled to ship Friday. This sale generates 1,080. This is an approximate figure, 1,080 in revenue to Custer County. Mixed paper, 11 bales produced year to date. 4 bales were produced in March, and we have 20 bales on hand. And again, we have to reach that 28 to 32 bale minimum before we can ship. Let's see, aluminum. 4 bales produced year to date, 2 bales produced in March, 3 bales on hand. CCR sold and delivered 10 bales of aluminum to Denisio Metal and Iron in Pueblo at 60 cents per pound, and we received $3,349.20 in revenue on March 3rd. And again, I might add, that would be a case where CCR did transport the material themselves. So that's where the trailer that we were talking about earlier would come in.
And a quick question.
Yes.
People have been asking.
Sure.
So if they got iron, any kind of metal, and they
Okay.
can throw it on a small dump truck or a trailer, is there a place to dump it out there? How do you do it?
Well, the recycle center only accepts steel cans, like, tin cans, steel cans.
What
And
about
then
any metal, any steel parts,
that
broken car chassis?
that is more of a landfill.
Not chassis.
That is more of a landfill issue. We do not accept that. We do not accept like scrap metal.
Okay.
We're not
That-
doing that.
They
that
do have
helps
a
because-
dumpster, a roll off out there at the landfill that accepts that.
Yeah.
Good question, yeah.
Okay, let's see. Steel, I believe, is the last one. We've produced 2 this year. These weigh 1,250 pounds on average. 1 bale was produced in March, and we have 4 bales on hand right now. And just to add, steel is another commodity that it's possible to, as long as we can provide transportation, we can, yes, we can. Denicios, again, that bought the aluminum, they will purchase our steel, and we do not have to have the 28 to 32 bales. Let's see, year-to-date revenue, 4,420, and that was all produced in March. So that's what I have on processing. If anybody's got any more questions on that.
Got a question back there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm a member of the Board of Altitude Fitness. We do the plastic.
Right.
We'd also be interested in cooperating with glass recycling if that was an interest of the landfill.
Well, I would say on that it's certainly of interest. I went down and toured Pueblo Recycling Works where they do accept glass. That's a difficult question to answer right now.
Yes, it's expensive.
It's very expensive. We would have to have a pulverizer to do that. What I learned was, I guess on one positive thing was that they're starting to utilize glass in the production of asphalt. But we, at this point, we're not set up for that. So, hopefully in the future, that's about the best answer I can give right now on glass, but it would require a pulverizing machine. So,
That has a whole bunch of air handling issues.
right,
Which makes it expensive.
right.
I believe Fremont County took glass until about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and then they quit taking it because of they didn't have any buyers. That's it.
Right, and that's the problem. Yep, no, the market.
Well, if it's done correctly, I talked to the road maintenance. And if it's ground to the right consistency, they have a use to basically use all of it. So it wouldn't be something that we'd have to necessarily transport.
Right, right. Well, I mean, it's something that we definitely, need to explore more. But the market demand is
Yes,
it's non-existent for the most part.
that's
So-
exactly right. So it'd
Right.
have to be something like working with Road and Bridge here to utilize it.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a question, sir?
I have a slight question leading to a slightly opportunistic question. No. I don't know what kind of trailer you're looking for. You said bumper pool, how heavy of a truck are you gonna be pulling?
3/4 ton.
How much weight capacity do you,
It has 16,000 pound axle,
I'm sorry,
two 8,000 pound axles.
Okay.
So
that's what you're looking for, yeah, I have a trailer that is on the market, but because of changing business needs, I no longer need it, and
Yeah.
it'd be an electric brake, 26,000 pounds,
Mhm.
that'd be a trailer.
single or double axle, double wheel.
Single, dual.
And then the small.
If it's of interest
Sure,
later.
sure, absolutely.
I think it's gonna be in the 8 to 85 minute range.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you can
Oh,
just keep contact again. I'll.
yeah, I'll reach out to you.
Thanks, guys.
You bet.
Yeah, I haven't even had time to list it yet.
If I may, sir, can you just run down the commodity prices as of right now for those 4?
As of right now, I can certainly try. Mixed paper is going to be a little bit difficult. The markets are very, very volatile. We've dealt with Centennial in Denver, as you probably know. And we have a representative coming, middle of the month that is going to talk about the volatility of the markets. They change daily. Right now, I have not received the new prices for April. Right now, we're looking at about $30 per ton on the cardboard. The mixed paper, I cannot answer right now. I'm waiting to hear from them on that. They use the mixed paper the way we're processing it for a specific insulation manufacturer. And I'm supposed to be hearing from her shortly on what that price would be. And we're actively looking for an in-state buyer. Aluminum right now is, and again, I do not have the April pricing yet from the brokers, but we're looking at somewhere around 60 cents per pound. Steel, 6 cents per pound. I just want to add that the markets are extremely low, unbelievably low, I guess historically low right now. So, no way to really know exactly how those are going to change, but, of course, we're hoping that everything will go up. And just an example, last summer, cardboard, which is the commodity that we process more than any other by far, was up to $140 per ton. And right now, the market's at 30 per ton. Last month, it was 15 per ton. If that lets everybody know how low everything is.
Yeah, interestingly enough, aluminum, $1,200 a ton. So,
Right.
There's still some value there. I bring that up because I want to ask you a loaded question.
Okay.
So why does this recycling center exist out there? Make money? Or something else?
No, that's not the primary reason. The primary reason is to save the landfill. That is, we want to keep as much material out of the landfill as possible. The more we can encourage recycling, the more material we can keep out, the longer the landfill is able to operate. And that is a major reason.
Had you not given that reason, I was gonna make a motion to dismiss you from your position. I'm all over it. Yeah, I think sometimes that kind of gets lost.
Okay.
We do talk about the money all the time.
Sure.
But that's,
Sure.
it's not unintended consequence, but it's certainly not the primary objective, is it?
Absolutely. So the landfill is, saving the landfill is our primary objective. We want to keep as much out as we can. So.
And right now you're paying for it yourself, basically.
Well, with the markets the way they are, I mean, I can't.
You're not making money.
Right. We're doing our best to, I'm networking with brokers. I mean, we're trying to get the best price, obviously, and do it the best we can. But with the markets being what they are, no, there's not a huge amount of revenue. Again, our main objective from the beginning was to, keep as much material out of the landfill as we can. And I might add, by doing that, that also does save, I would assume on the labor cost and everything on the landfill side of things. Sure. It's not just on our side. So, yeah. Any other questions as far as the processing operations?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I'll move on to volunteers. I can't say enough about our volunteers. We have about 25 volunteers right now. 15, 16 are dedicated, active volunteers that participate on a regular basis. They're our backbone. They're vital to our success. Again, we were talking about, money. We just have, 2 part-time, paid employees, myself included. The volunteers are huge. And I do want to mention Steve Tappy, who is the volunteer coordinator. He's done an absolutely fantastic job with scheduling. It's not easy. We've had in the last couple weeks, we've had some various volunteers for one reason or another, illnesses. He's been able to, that have been absent, he's been able to schedule, work with me, and just keep everything going smooth. So I just can't say enough. Just huge thank you to our volunteers. We had 15 participating volunteers this past month. Year to date, they've contributed 163 hours. And this is at the recycle center, and 50 of those hours were in the month of March.
Yeah, you couldn't run without them.
No. They're fantastic. So I believe that's all I have. If anybody has any questions.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to mention that, and I don't know if it was mentioned earlier, that the grant that we are pursuing is a non-matching grant.
Yes, that was mentioned. It is a non-matching grant. They will fully reimburse us for money spent.
And repairs on the baler seem to be holding up all right.
The baler does seem to be holding up all right. We do have a service technician from the manufacturer that's scheduled to come in this month to check everything out. And the advantage of that is this is a person that works for the manufacturer themselves. So highly qualified individual from what I understand, and they're going to go through it and look at everything. So that's going to be good.
I'm good.
You good? Must be.
All right, sir.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Oh, sure.
I wanted the guy in the back to introduce himself for the record and tell us his title.
Oh.
Wilson Jarvis, and I'm
Thanks, Tim.
vice chair.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate
have a
it.
good day.
Good job.
Good day, everybody.
Are you headed south? Are you headed out to recycling or no?
Yeah.
All right.
Did you have something?
Did you by chance get hold of
No
the
problem.
OEM?
I did, they called, I spoke to them about 35 minutes ago, and they said they were driving through Florence heading this way. And they had to go drop off a vehicle. So they're en route, but they're not here yet. Would you like me to find, that's 35 minutes, I'm assuming they'll be here within 10 minutes.
You give them a call and see they may
Yeah,
get
when they
involved.
come, when they show up, we'll get back to them.
Okay.
You guys good at this time? Actually, why don't we take a short break, and I will get a hold of, because that's our last item there, so we will be going to the discussion of the VSO job description. And I can call Braden, he can coming over, so we'll take a short recess.
Okay, well, we'll start with the grants.
Hold on. He
was pointing to her.
All right.
Even though he did point at you, Ralph.
Okay. well, you know, they're interchangeable. I know.
All right, the time is now 10:13 a.m. and I will reconvene this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. And we will go ahead and take up the OEM report at this time. Robin, you're up.
Okay, we'll start with grants. Working on the emergency operations plan. As you know, that has been a work in progress for a couple years. We do need to have that approved by June. I'm shooting for May, but we'll see how it goes. We keep getting interrupted with other things getting in the way of getting that hard work put together on incorporating changes and inputs from the different units. Yeah, so we will have a draft maybe by the end of the month or first part of May, I hope. But that is a important deadline because the EMPG grant is pays my salary, 50% of the salary. So and we got a 2023 EMPG award yesterday, and it's $1,997 more than we asked for. So that's good news. So we're getting that award, but we need to have the emergency operation plan approved. So I'll be bringing back a draft for you to read through. So that's work in progress. HMPG, as you know, we have finished that for the second rewrite and has been turned back to the state for them to review. And last meeting, the 27th of March, you did a resolution to adopt the Hazard Mitigation Plan 2023. The town of Silver Cliff is probably doing resolution today. West Cliff has a meeting later this month. The fire department has a meeting on the 12th to sign a resolution. And Round Mountain, we're still working on to get that resolution signed, but we need to have all those parties' resolutions for this to be, you know, a full mitigation plan. So we can apply for funds, for mitigation funds, because we're going to have a FEMA approved plan. If the towns or districts do not sign a resolution, they cannot apply for funds. And we are eligible for hazard mitigation funds. We can apply for those through June. So we are actually in good shape for getting the plan approved and being able to apply for mitigation funds. So we'll get those other resolutions done, hopefully get the FEMA approval by the 19th of April, and then we'll be working on grants for mitigation. Should be going well. Homeland Security grant changes have been put forward to the Homeland Security Regional Coordinator in Pueblo. We changed from the variable message boards that were bought by COVID money. We had that in the budget for that. And so we had to make a change request, and we're looking to buy a 40 kW diesel generator that's towable. So we'll be able to plug that in where we need to, if there's a power outage or a need for power in the field. So we're hoping that that gets approved. We have to have that done by May 31st, which hopefully they can get that approved fairly soon and we can make the purchase, because it has to be in hand. Can't just be ordered, it has to be in hand.
Wow.
So we got some deadlines that we're working on for sure. We have our first EMPG report due the 10th, the reimbursables due the 30th, and the hazard mitigation is due the 15th. So I'm buried in reports, and I have also that audit for 2022 for the county. So I'm just, you know, digging up paper and driving finance crazy. So a lot of that.
So on your, if I may, tight timeline on that generator. Do you have one located that's on hand?
No, I think he had some. Bill's been working on that. Bill, do you have?
We
more
sourced it. They had plenty of inventory. It would come out of the Chicago area. And it's just a matter of getting it trucked here.
Which can be an issue as well. So that's why I'm asking, because sometimes it's pretty hard to get a hold of something. So if it's got to be in hand, that's why I asked.
Yeah, I think next month, if we haven't gotten any positive signs that we're gonna get approval, we could purchase this out of county funds and then get reimbursed.
Did you already pay him?
No,
So in hand, that actually probably means check written cut.
yes.
I don't think it really means sitting in there and working.
Mhm.
I mean, that's something to think about. That's
Yeah.
how the state's been handling it with us on everything else.
Okay, so we'll revisit that next month, see if we're close on deadline. That works for you. Okay, training. We attended Animals in Disaster Exercise in Pueblo. That was very good. We got some excellent participation. We had a local vet, Dr. Rachel. We had the extension, Caitlin. And we had a Rocky Mountain veterinarian volunteer group that I happened to sit next to the guy. And I asked him, I said, well, Rocky Mountain Front Range, is that Custer County? He said, oh yeah, we could include Custer County. So that would be additional veterinarians that we could bring in, because my understanding is that there's only a couple in Custer County, so.
What kind of training?
It was how to handle animals in disaster, mostly evacuation oriented. Pueblo has a county emergency response team. So they have a formal team that would help evacuate, take the animals to the fairgrounds, feed them, all, just all A to Z. So we'll be working up a plan. Sarah Shields, thank you, has agreed to sit at the ESF 11 desk if we have an EOC open.
She's got experience.
She does, and she's like, oh, I'm not so sure that I can do this. So Christy and I talked to her and said, yes, you can do this. So it was very good. We'll start putting that on paper as to what the plan is. And I learned some things like, oh yeah, of course there wouldn't be water at the fairgrounds in the winter. They winterize. So there is some prep work that has to be done. And of course, if it's during fair time, then we need another plan, because there's probably too many animals in there already. So we'll be working on that. Also went to an incident command training, ICS 300, and Jennifer went also as her PIO training. I think we learned a lot. We also met one of the instructors who's a plans chief. She's actually in Douglas County, and she works for a newly formed Board of Health there. And she has agreed to come as a plans chief, which is always good to have those relationships with people so that you can ask someone that who can come and help if there's a larger disaster. Plans chief would be really important, getting all those things in cycle so that we're doing incident action plans daily. And that's, something that I would definitely need in the EOC. And I don't know who we have, so I'm still working on how to find out who. Fire would probably be the only agency that might have those kinds of qualifications. Or maybe somebody retired, I'm not sure. So that was good. And then we're going to host an EOC ICS class. So this is how the incident command structure out in the field, as the command is out there doing their thing, how they relay information back to an emergency operations center. And that's going to be in June 14th at Wetmore at the community center.
June 14th.
Yes, I would love for the commissioners to attend. I think that would be awesome if you could come.
What time?
It's all day.
We have a commissioner meeting.
Do you that day?
I'm sorry, I'm in.
June. That's June.
Yeah, yeah.
You do have one?
No, we don't have a mid-month meeting. I don't.
We don't have it because we've got other big meetings going on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
First of the month.
If we don't have that BOCC meeting, which we haven't had the last couple of years, we've canceled that mid-month meeting, so I'll be there.
Yeah, that would be awesome if you could come. It's an excellent class. And then tomorrow, we're having the CES meeting here at the SAR building. That is training and exercise plan workshop where we'll be gathering from all the agencies, their training needs. We'll be building a multi-year plan, so a 3-year plan. So it'll be some of the ICS classes. I've been trying to gather information from each one of the county departments on what kind of ICS training do they need or other training do they need. And yesterday, Paula at the sheriff's office is going to also take the PIO training. So we're going to build a little PIO group for the county. And then I got a call this morning from San Isabel PIO, and she has agreed to lead the PIO group. So we'll have a little
San Isabel.
electric. Her name is Paris. And so she used to be the public information officer in Pueblo, so she has a little experience. So once a month, that PIO group will meet and just talk about things like, do we need a preparedness campaign for the month? Like next month is child abuse month, and following month is probably summer heat awareness, and May will be wildfire awareness week, month. So we'll get together kind of a calendar and be able to do those preparedness messages on a regular basis. So allowing the Jennifer and the PIO function to grow, I think is going to be an advantage. So thank you for her time.
And that CES meeting tomorrow is at 9 o'clock, which is earlier than regular meetings.
Thanks, Bill. So if you have training needs as a BOCC, I think it would be helpful maybe for us to do like a
We can
workshop.
come and give the class.
Okay.
Wanna
Sounds
risk it.
good. Okay, on to activities. We have a preparedness and recovery subcommittee, Rich Smith and Candy Sage. They'll be working on that brochure that they're talking about putting together, preparedness booklet or brochure for the different types of things that the general public needs to prepare for. I signed up for a CERT conference in June, and we're gonna start having volunteers and bringing in folks and organizing a CERT team again. That's the Community Emergency Response Team. I've met with a couple people about that, there's a program manager class, there's a trainer class, so we'll keep working on how we can get that done. I went to the fire briefing, DFPC, I think all of you were there. Always good to hear that there is air support for any wildfires and how we would do that. So mostly in the fire realm. And then you probably saw the front page article.
Pickup was in the way.
Yeah, a little bit, but figured it would at least had a logo on it. And then somebody called me because had a lost package at my house, and she's like, "Oh, you're the one on the front page." And I was like, "Okay, well, I guess somebody read it." That's kind of funny. So Rich is working on an Everbridge postcard. He, I guess, has sent it through the printer. We're supposed to have it within about 10 days. And that is supposed to potentially be mailed. And that postcard will, tell people, please sign up. And so that's going to be a big push, is to try and get people signed up for Everbridge, so that if there is an evacuation notice, they'll get that through Everbridge.
Say it louder to everybody so they know what Everbridge does.
Yeah,
Everbridge
is a notification system that you can sign up through your telephone, and it'll give you like, this is a pre-evacuation notice, or this is an evacuation notice, get out now.
reverse 911.
Yeah, exactly. And then drought, I don't know if you're familiar with this. I don't really know who does this. So maybe I can get more information, but because we're a contiguous county to an extreme drought, we are eligible for drought assistance. And we'll be pushing that out through Facebook and information about how at this time, SBA loans, Small Business Administration loans, are at a very low rate, and because of COVID, they're still at 0%. So if ranchers have lost crops because of the drought, or have issues with any kind of spring weed, or anything that would be crops that would be coming up that haven't come up because of a drought, then they would be eligible to apply. They are loans, not grants.
Sounds like this ought to be public information, press release of some kind.
Yep.
People know.
Yep. And I don't know if there is any USDA rep for Custer County
The district.
district. Okay. I
Used to
imagine,
be Sally Clark, who's running for mayor.
I was gonna say, I've seen that name.
Was running for mayor.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
Elections were yesterday.
that's right. It was yesterday.
Okay.
Well, and I do know someone with farm credit, and that would probably have access to USDA. So I'll reach out to him and
Okay.
make sure
That'd be good.
and see if that's something that you can handle.
Great. So in the forecast, we already talked about how we need to get that emergency operations plan signed. Some of the outreaches have American Red Cross Shelter folks coming to meet with a number of agencies, including Cliff and the MRC on the 17th. Agricultural disaster webinar. So this again is Farm Service Agency and all the different agencies that might be out there to help farmers due to drought or due to any other kinds of disasters. And so that'll be next week, this webinar. There's an alert and warning webinar that I will attend. And then we hope to get that HMP done by the 19th. I have the ICS 400 class on the 20th and 21st of April. I have invitations from both the Posse and Karen Share to give OEM presentations. And Karen Share has already agreed to take those postcards for Everbridge and put them in their food baskets. So we're really working on how to get stuff out. I already talked about the animal evacuation plan, and I did get a call yesterday. They squeezed me into the Colorado Wildland Fire Conference in Fort Collins, not the pre-conference, but just the conference. So I will be gone 3 days next week. So let's hope the truck is ready. And then I'm working with Braden on the job description for our part-time OEM employee. Bill's last day is the end of the month, and who really huge kudos to Bill and his efforts to hold down the fort when we didn't have.
Good job, my friend.
Thank you, Bill. It's just been great.
Finally ran him off, didn't you?
Well, didn't take too long.
Concerted effort.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
So any questions, concerns?
Good report. I have none.
Might mention, Robin,
Uh-huh.
might mention that we're working on establishing routes for all the various ranches so that all the guys don't show up at the stop sign at the same time. To be able to actually get their trailers and themselves and so on out. The other problem is if it is a fire, we're gonna have a lot of people in this valley very much challenged for breathing. And so we have a lot of people, our biggest group of people now are quote unquote, using the polite term about myself, seniors. And so there are a lot more cardiovascular and pulmonary challenges presenting in our valley. So it is a multifaceted approach to try to try to save as many people and animals as we possibly can get arranged for.
Thanks, Dr. Brown.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Do you mean your office for a while?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming in.
Thank you.
Well, Bill, thank you, sir. Appreciate all you've done.
This isn't the last that you'll see of me.
Oh, shoot.
Then I'll be coming in as a citizen.
Oh, yeah, you'll have some
Not an
authority.
employee.
Hey, we're gonna end up working for him now.
All right, that will conclude all of our staff reports. So we will move on to the unfinished business. And we did move from yesterday's agenda to today, the discussion regarding the VSO job description.
Up here, I suppose.
Good morning.
All right, how are you guys?
I saved it.
Very well.
Might I ask a question, sir, before we get started?
Yes,
Thank you. What's our intent today? Are we gonna go through this? Is that everybody's expectations, or
No.
we're gonna have a discussion? I don't know what you were thinking or planning, but.
I thought it would be a discussion and he had some input on some ideas. If we do, we need a workshop to fix some things or not, probably. We
What I
don't have
was
the time.
leaning toward, I hope we're not planning on going through this line by line today. I think it'd be appropriate during the meeting, but.
That was gonna be my suggestion is that we set up a workshop, because I think there's a lot to talk about here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
if there's some way we can get that on the calendar, I think that's kind of the extent of what we need to do right now.
okay.
We'd have done that yesterday, but you were absent.
I was out.
Did not let everybody know.
Yeah.
There's no way
I
we
was
would,
not here.
we would never dream of scheduling.
We wouldn't have wasted their time today if you'd have been here.
That's right.
Yeah, I agree. I think we need to go through it and reevaluate that, but. Did you have a date in mind or? Did we get clarification or any input on our other workshops? Do you know, Jennifer?
I couldn't find out.
Trying to put one together where we are.
I can't remember the date we selected yesterday. Was it 14?
24th.
24th.
Yes.
I don't know if we want to wait that long or not, but.
I don't know about
Talk
maybe,
about it after Wetmore meeting.
yeah, after the Wetmore meeting,
Do it
I
that
was thinking.
Or come back here.
Down there and up here, probably up here would be better.
Mhm. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Either way's fine with me.
I can do that.
Same here.
Well,
I'll reschedule my
yeah,
appointment with the
Back massages.
with the librarians.
I got a meeting in Canyon at 2:30 that afternoon,
That'd be hard to make.
so I wasn't gonna come back up. We were gonna eat
Do it down
go to
there.
that meeting.
Wanna do it in that one?
Is that on the 12th?
Correct, yeah.
Isn't that the heck and Hooper thing?
That's at 4.
And you were not available the 10th and the 11th, as I remember yesterday. Be out of town at Central Front Range Transportation Planning Region meeting on the 17th. 2 meetings on the 18th, 19th, I'd be available.
Then I'm gone that week.
Okay. We could try to do it. I just need to leave probably by 2 o'clock at the latest from Wetmore.
Yeah, I gotta go to the Pathfinder Park meeting,
Right.
so it actually works out better to do. Let's try it.
down
It's
there.
not gonna take that long.
Just right after the
Take
meeting.
some time.
So we'll post that as a workshop.
Mm,
Mhm.
stay in session.
Hmm.
We could stay in session and do it. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't know, it would be the easiest to do there, given that if it's a short meeting, wouldn't want to have to wait another hour or
Do
two.
it
to
right
get-
after that.
But if you could do it during the meeting,
Well, we could do it just right
Put it on the
in the
agenda.
meeting and just do it.
No reason we couldn't do it during the meeting, really.
Good that down
That way
there.
we don't
It's,
have to worry about posting the time.
don't have
for
to
the
post
workshop.
anything else. That's okay.
We'll get added as a last agenda item.
Okay. So just, you got it. Thank you very much, ma'am. Way to follow the discussion.
It makes sense for you.
and I have sent over the job description, if there's anything else that's needed.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, we've got a copy of that in the packet today, so. I imagine she'll roll that over to the.
Got any other thoughts to send to us? Programs or anything?
Not at this point. I think I will have more information for you between now and then.
That's. Yeah.
Thank you.
So go ahead and just have that on the agenda for, and we can go over any changes we see we want to make at that time.
Good,
Sounds great.
okay. Thank you.
You.
You're done today here. huh?
That's good.
You'll be back.
You'll be back.
Sorry. Did you flex up when you say
Like
that
a-
little?
like a bad thing.
And it'll be back.
Put an accent on that, I'll be back.
New business, consideration of naming a roadway for Clint Smith. I believe you brought that.
I did, sir, thank you. I know. Bill, were you contacted by a friend of Clint Smith via phone?
Some time ago, yeah.
Yeah, Bob.
Mhm.
I know I had asked you about it. I think Bob Jones was his name. You had said he had also called you.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, so I had made a map here and wanted to propose today that we consider naming I call it a roadway. It's not a street, currently. Just a suggestion here. I did not write a resolution on this. I thought I'd wait until our conversation today. But if you look at this map, that's in your packet, what we all assume is a street adjacent to the scale. Did you get it, Bill? It's in the
Yeah, it's in
packet.
here.
Okay. That roadway is actually county-owned property. I don't know how many lots are in there, but that's made up of a number of lots. Back in the old days, Kelly remembers, I think it was 1930 or 40, weren't you?
You remember
then?
it back in those days?
Back in the old days.
Yeah. That's why it says 1930, 40.
Kelly, you held up for what?
That's right, yeah. Nobody really knows when that became used as a thoroughfare from Rosita Avenue down to Edwards. And so I wanted to propose that maybe we write a resolution and name that thoroughfare Clint Smith Lane or something. To honor his service as a county attorney. He passed away about a month ago from cancer. Just thought it'd be a nice gesture for us to show our appreciation and honor him and to his family primarily.
So to keep this according to Hoyle, I move that we name a roadway Clint Smith Lane or circle or whatever. In honor of Clint Smith,
Thank you. I would second
and
that.
as you
I
propose.
appreciate your motion. Thank you.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to designate this thoroughfare and name it after Clint Smith, and it was
Smith Lane,
Clint Smith.
What, yeah, we can talk about that, but
discuss.
to name it in honor of Clint Smith. So
Yeah.
how about if we leave the name off till we
Yeah,
get
there you go.
consensus on that? So discussion.
Yeah, I had some discussions. Obviously, I have talked to the town of West Cliff about this. They know that we own that. We wanted to kind of avoid the name street because it's really not going to be a street. Suggestion was lane. I thought it should be boulevard, knowing Clint, but that's too big of a word.
I think
and
knowing
nobody
Clint,
can spell
I
it,
think he
so-
would not want it.
Yeah,
knowing
that's
Clint.
So I would suggest, I think his middle initial was A, as I remember his documentation, but I would do some research on that. And, but maybe we ought to just call it Clint Smith Lane and be done with that. I don't think he'd want us to get too fancy, but, and then obviously you gentlemen know I spoke to Road and Bridge Supervisor, and he said they have the capability to get us some signs, signposts and receiver sleeves to put into that ground. So not talking a lot of money. I certainly would pay for that myself if we needed to, but I think community outreach would be a reasonable approach. Cover the funds of those two signs. And then my thought was that we would invite his wife and son, if they and daughter-in-law, if they wanted to come up, we could do a little photo thing, put something in the paper and honor him that way. So, and if I may, sir, I was asked to pass on another tidbit. I think we all received an email from Deb Adams, chairman of the tourism board, and wanted to speak to us a little about the Dark Skies initiative. And I don't disagree with that. I'd like to move forward with this. And if Dark Skies as a group wants to do something, I think that's.
I think the Dark Skies ought to handle that.
Yeah, I
They
agree.
have that would be,
But she
probably
did ask me
appropriate.
if I would speak to that today. So,
she asked.
you know, I don't know why we wouldn't support an effort, but I'm not sure it should come from us. I think probably from Dark Skies would be a more appropriate deal there. So, and I was thinking that a sign on the north end and the south end and put the sign, orient the sign north and south. So when people drive by that sign on each side of the post. Again, it's not going to be anything official with the town of West Cliff. We maintain the snow removal and fill in the craters that appear on the south end frequently.
We're gonna pave it.
We ought to pave
Clint-
it,
Clint
yeah.
would wanna pave it.
Let me talk to Clint's wife, see if she'll finance the paving. of that.
Raise, get a GoFundMe.
Yes, right.
Let's make sure we also include the conversation on upkeep.
Well, yeah, and if we're gonna pave that, they might as well cover the cost of paving the parking lot for the court. And technically, and this has been a topic of conversation recently, this is actually an alley right here adjacent to the court county building. It's a continuation of that alley, but a landowner on the south end had the south, I'm gonna say probably 25% of that alley vacated. So that alley doesn't go all the way through, it goes to our south parking, and that's it. But so it's not gonna interfere with that any, and I think it's a no-brainer myself. So I would move forward with that if this motion passes, and I'll make arrangements with his wife and see if we can pick a day, probably after we get the signs installed. I don't think we want to try to install them during a little ceremony, but
No,
come in.
have nothing. We can unveil it.
Yeah. So
Cut a ribbon or whatever.
that's all I have, sir.
Okay, any discussion from you? Public comment on that? See anything here? Nor there. Okay, I guess my one question before I call that question in. Did we decide to go with Lane?
I'm good with that. I think
Okay.
that's pretty simple.
So
That
that-
keeps us out of
Okay,
getting messed up with the street.
Matter of fact, it coincides with the layout of the county, you know that, north, south are lanes in the valley, and south is laid out, and east, west are roads. So it works, it's a county piece of ground.
all right, then those in favor of naming this roadway Clint Smith Lane. Signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, gentlemen. I will move that project forward. And before we move on to new business, sir, if I may, I'd like to backtrack a little to an earlier conversation we had. Considering the treasurer's report.
Okay.
Is that right? So during the break, Virginia did bring me two resolutions, resolution 20-6. Concerning the line item that we talked about for the Justice Center. It was amended. I find this also interesting, Kelly, that the amended resolution, the number stayed the same. I would have thought maybe we would add an A at the end of that or something to document that we did have an amended resolution, something we can look at going down the road. But and the amendment, thanks to Kelly, because I handed her this document to break and she gave it a quick rundown. The original motion had a statement in there, whereas the county is setting aside funds to meet the future financial obligations for the construction of a justice center. And then subsequent to that, we amended that resolution, changed the word construction for the sole benefit of the justice center. We didn't want to limit the funds just for the construction of it. We might put a sign up or whatever. So
Whatever.
that's why it was amended. We had in this resolution set up a beginning balance of $35,801, and then be it resolved that the recurring revenue stream for said fund shall be established as $1,600 per month. This was the key, generated by the monthly revenue from the AT&T lease agreement. So that's where that money was coming from. And if you look at your, I think that was line item 21. Yes, it was 169793 was collected and put in there. So we're on track. That's been happening. I couldn't have, no way would I have remembered what that was all about. But now that I've read that, I do remember that we said, hey, let's just take that money and earmark it for the Justice Center. So I wanted to just bring us up to date on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next item then would be consideration of the Constable STR.
Would you rather?
I'll come with you.
Okay.
So I'll do the same thing here. Say hi.
Afternoon.
Good morning.
Good to see us.
Hello, sir.
Morning.
You're welcome to bring a chair up if you like.
That's all good. I'm standing.
Okay.
So good to see you again.
Paul has graciously accepted to take on the Constables as their property manager. So that was one of the stipulations. I'm bringing forth the recommendation from the Planning Commission from their February 6th meeting to recommend approval of the John and make sure I get the name right. Amy Constable STR. It's next right down in Hardscrabble. This is where the location is. Very well hidden, very beautiful, beautiful place. It was a unanimous vote with 6 yeas. The only restriction that they had or condition that they put forth was that they, instead of trying to manage it themselves, since they do live in a different county, that they hire a local property manager, hence Paul.
Okay, so in order to allow for some discussion, I move we accept the recommendation to approve the, what are we calling it?
They call it snap crackle.
Or snap. Is that what we want to call this?
This is the next one.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
one.
the snap crackle.
You got it. They're naming it Snap Crackle.
STR.
Yes, but it is Paul and Amy Constable, or John and Amy Constable.
And they were adding their names to that. I
Yes.
see, as a condition.
Yeah, when you said it had their names, I wasn't sure who,
Yes.
which names that referred to. It wasn't
It
on the
was,
original application.
No, they had it listed as snap crackle pop.
So that was my motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to approve the Kunstler SDR following the recommendation of the planning commission. Sorry, I reworded that.
It basically said the same thing.
So, discussion.
Yes, sir, if I may, pulling up the map, the map is pretty condensed, so it's, if you don't know those addresses, I know it appears to be east of McKenzie Junction.
Correct.
Is that the property with the steep
Yeah,
paved road that goes up?
the
Okay.
heated driveway.
Oh, is it heated?
That's not,
Oh, it's not.
It's not
heated.
Oh, okay.
Solar heat.
I have.
it is solar heated,
I get
and it is somewhat
space there.
west. Kind of west facing part of
Yeah.
it, so
All we'd have to do is cut all them trees down.
I'm actually gonna suggest a couple come down so that they do get some more sunshine on there.
Everybody's gonna use it in the winter.
Yep.
They're not really,
Oh,
and I was talking to them the other day and I advised them unless the problems aren't really going up, the problem's coming down. It's like a log
Bobsled.
flume.
Bobsled run.
Yes, so, they're probably going to only limit the rentals during our big snow months, January through May, April. And then hot and heavy through the summer and fall, so,
Is that a locked gate?
yes. Gate code to get in,
Yeah.
so.
Everything else seemed to be up to snuff there, it looks like, as far as their conditions. Nothing there.
That's major. It's norm.
And they're surrounded by public land, so there's no real immediate neighbors.
Did you receive any response to any of the letters?
We didn't get anything. Nothing negative, nothing.
BLM.
I
Take
think
time to address
The only
that.
private landowner would be the one just back towards McKenzie Junction.
And he's for sale. He's selling. Cause he got tired of no bad weather and no cell service.
Yeah, did that come up in the conversation about cell service down there?
They're aware
Okay.
and they're looking to put Starlink in, so.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that that wasn't a consideration for the safety issue, because
That didn't come
They're looking at improving their internet, because I think they're gonna do some work from there as well. She's an entrepreneur out of Colorado Springs, so.
They have plans to increase their septic so that they can.
That's 2 weeks, I think.
they want to be able to
They're expanding it.
offer more people to stay there. I think it's
I,
four now.
I don't know that that be the case.
It's more of it's at 4 right now, and there's actually 3 bedrooms in the home, so.
Plus there's
That's
a-
the one thing that they did on that place that wasn't up to what they built. So they're just expanding that. They're dealing with the state on a couple other issues, but doesn't involve the county, so.
How big is the septic tank?
They're just adding it
1,000.
for 2 more people.
It's 1,000.
They've got
gallon.
1,000 gallon now.
Mhm. Yeah.
So if they add it.
I think they're going up another 500.
They're gonna put it in series when they're
Mhm.
putting the seven.
Stop us. Indian or whatever.
And there is another septic on there that the previous landowners had put in themselves without permitting, so we're dealing with some of those. But
Yeah.
it's all taken care of. We've taken care of all that.
And she is very diligent on making sure
Absolutely.
everything's permitted properly and
We have worked with her very well.
And so one of the conditions is only rent to 4 people. That
Right.
will change if they add the septic
Yes.
or not.
Yes,
So you'll go back and revisit this.
Yes.
That's
And,
fine.
and one of the bedrooms that's downstairs may actually disappear and become a media room or something like that. They're not even sure if they're gonna keep that a bedroom downstairs. Then they would have 2 bedrooms down or on the main level and 1 loft. Which currently is not a bedroom, so.
How many added infiltrators does that take to increase that?
I couldn't answer that off the top of my
I
head.
was just- It's not,
I don't know what
it's
the
not a
soil
major
type
thing. I was
is.
just reading the inspection report here, so,
Yeah.
but there's plenty of room for them to expand.
There
that field
is,
as
they
well.
have Ed Lyons lined up in a couple weeks to go out there and make some modifications to that system.
Good job.
Anything else from the table?
Not for me.
Uh, Anything from the room or online?
How many acres is that lot?
35.
35, okay. 35.
Okay, having no further comments, those in favor of approving the Tunstall STR signified by saying aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries.
Thank you.
So now this will. Does that fill the allotment?
What zone are they?
3, I believe.
I believe there's only 1 in 3. There's 1 in, I'm sorry, no, we still have 1 open in 3. 1 and 2 is just 1. I'm sorry, I had to go through my mind with that.
Okay.
It's a dark, deep trip.
That's for sure. How'd you know?
Okay, so the next item that we have would be the consideration of the GUIP SUP.
The planning commission on February 6th did ask me to send off their recommendation for approval for Jesse and Betsy Geip to be allowed to have an SUP to run a small portable, what is it, a portable sawmill on his property. He is on 69 heading south. Jesse has been very diligent in making sure that all of his I's are dotted and his T's are crossed. He's doing everything possible to make this happen.
Okay, then I move that we approve the application for, is there a business name? Just, is
Crestone Wood Product.
Crestone,
That was
yes.
what we put on there
that what you want?
initially. My registered, we changed that after more consideration was Precision Wood. Or, I'm sorry, Precision Woods.
Okay,
Was the
that-
actual name.
Approve the Precision Woods application for special use permit.
So is that on? So that would need to be changed on this application or?
I can easily
Yeah,
do
think
that.
it
I
was
didn't
initially
put it
tied
on,
Only to our name.
it's all
But-
tied to
But
that.
it is, I think it was mentioned in there, so you know.
Yeah.
We can easily make
Yeah.
that change.
Just Crestone Wood Products currently, so.
Sorry about that. We did some more
Okay.
considering and decided that would be more appropriate.
So that was my motion.
That's an easy change.
Okay, so your motion is to accept the SUP application for Jesse and Betsy Geip.
Doing business as Crestone.
Precision.
Woods.
Yes.
And again, I kind of get lost in the scheme of things if I make so. Can you get a second or not?
I have not yet. I would second that motion. Take us to discussion. You may.
Thank you. I think I know where this is at, but
So,
how far down 69 is?
you remember the old rice homestead?
Yeah.
It,
So up on the hill above
Bouchard
that.
and Shaw
That was.
is that rice homestead,
So that.
to give you some quick perspective. So
Right.
right on, so
There.
their driveway is like right in the curb.
Mhm.
My house is right up on the bluff. It's a gray shop house.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
you've probably seen the
Yeah.
giant dog standing up there as you drove down 69.
As we were running.
Yeah, right. He's actually very friendly. As you continue down here, the access to this property comes through Barnhurst and cuts up through up into here.
Okay, all right, so it's not right here. I was.
That is
thinking
not the
driveway
access.
sits
That's
down.
extremely steep right
Okay,
there.
yeah. Gotcha,
Um,
no.
The actual location of the sawmill will be further back in the property down in a hollow.
And just so you gentlemen know, Jesse has tried on three occasions on his own to get a hold of the Department of Transportation. He's scheduled meetings for other reasons beyond his control. They've not showed up to the 3 meetings that he scheduled, in effort to try to see what he can do to try to make that a safer turn for the traffic.
We do have, did not tell you, we do have another tentative meeting for Tuesday.
Okay, great.
Week from
You just talked to them then. Okay.
Yeah, so if that doesn't happen or you're struggling, give me a holler. I said on that Central Front Range Transportation Plan reading, we meet with CDOT folks. There's 10 or 12 of those CDOT people there. I would guess they'd be maybe talking a turn lane.
Or truck.
I'd love to see that.
They ought to put it in.
Yeah, they won't, but they should.
Should.
Because
They
they've
like-
already talked to him about it.
They're pretty good at waiting until an accident.
Yeah.
It's really what they do. I don't.
We've dealt with traffic there in the past because of having a excavating business running out of there. I parked my trucks and trailers there. And the safety issue wasn't for us as much as it was for the
Somebody comes zipping
pardon
around the
any,
corner.
any Texans here, but a lot of the Texas guys come up with their jacked up pickups really, really fast from the south. And
Imagine it.
so I actually did some mitigation down there myself previous to finding out that you actually have to have a permit to do that. Anyway,
They make you put it back.
no, they didn't. They knew what I was doing made sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, and that helped a lot, but some additional signage is absolute minimum, hoping I can talk them into eventually cutting that bank back further south of that entrance.
And see.
Could you say your entrance doesn't come in on your place?
Comes in on
The access
Barnhurst.
comes
Yeah.
on Barnhurst.
Do you have any legal easement for that, or is that?
Yes,
mutual?
they issued the permit. Now we're in the stage of making it fully compliant with them. That's what this meeting is about, as well as they want to see us do a concrete berm or a concrete apron there at the access. And
Do
then
they?
CDOT.
CDOT.
CDOT wants to see that. And because there's more than 4 properties up there, they want to see a gnarly big wide one. But that's kind of neither here.
Sounds
nor
like I
there.
got a GoFundMe page.
Yeah.
What's the drainage situation coming onto the highway? Is there a culvert under your driveway or?
There is not, we have it purchased, it's ready to install.
Okay, that's your plan, put one in there.
There's
Divert
we have
that
a
water.
really good ditch system, really good drainage coming down there, and I'm waiting to put that in until after our meeting, basically, because there's some things, they haven't conceded this, but there's some things that they need to let us do involving the drainage before it's even worthwhile me putting that culvert in, because I need to know whether they'll let me do that before we place that culvert. Because it'll impact where we put that culvert.
County looked to CDOT about a turn lane east of Silver Cliff onto some property that we own. And they basically said a turn lane, you're looking at $1 million as a starting figure and go up from there depending on the.
And they won't fund it.
No, they don't want any part of it. So, yeah, I think this is a legitimate concern, right? I don't know what kind of business traffic is going to occur there, but that is
Well, what,
a dangerous section.
sure,
of
what could
highway
happen
there.
is you could put put up flashing lights on either end with a caution.
Truck
Right.
Truck
turns,
turn
yeah.
or something.
That would be a
Traffic.
fairly cost
That would be-
effective option for them.
And that would be, eliminate some of the liability on them too.
Right, right. And you think they'd want to be covering their
Sure,
backs. a
that's
little
an
bit here.
easy fix.
They do it for horses and kids. You think they do it for trucks or
Trucks and people, yeah.
Because ultimately, it's gonna be the citizen that gets hurt.
Right.
It's not gonna be the log truck. It's not gonna be. Because, yeah, we all know.
somebody's driving down the highway. Yeah, that's a sketchy part of that.
Force equals mass times acceleration.
Oh, lug nut rule.
What'd you say?
It's called the lug nut rule.
So you're
So
not,
most of the biggest lug nuts wins.
Yeah.
you're not concerned about those trucks' ability to stop coming back out of your property?
No, not at all. It's south facing, directly south facing, and we keep that extremely clear in the wintertime. That's never been an issue. Like I said, if we were operating we're rolling down that hill at sometimes at 100,000 pounds. You get a loaded dump truck with 50,000, 40,000 pounds behind it. It's a legal load, but you're still at almost 100,000 pounds.
I was gonna say slightly under 100,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's make sure it stays under.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, I don't think we would have exceeded 100, but it got close.
No issues with adjoining landowners.
No. Matter of fact, several of them were there in support.
Couple letters.
Yeah.
And just for clarity now, we authorize or approve an SUP. That SUP is in place in perpetuity unless it is rescinded because of some major infraction, correct?
Correct.
It
Yes,
doesn't
we
come
do
up
not
for
have an annual.
review.
Yep.
Neighbors can complain, but that doesn't mean that it would be rescinded just because of a complaint.
I think we would take things like that into consideration.
Case by case deal. Because there's nothing in the zoning resolution that speaks to revocation of it.
I can tell you, if I called Jesse and told him there was a complaint, he'd be the first one to jump up and take care of it, in my opinion, from what I've
Take
seen.
care of the neighbor.
That's not what I heard.
No, we haven't actually.
Based on how responsive he's been with this, he's.
Well,
You had mentioned in the planning commission meeting about having the trucks, and correct me if I'm saying this incorrectly, go south and turn around
So,
opposed to,
how
right.
to make that hard.
Especially the log trucks with
Yeah.
deliveries. Most of our customers are, it's very easy to go either way. That's not an issue. But the log truck, Joe Grisanti, some of you may know him as my primary log source. And a lot of his source is going to be coming from the south anyway, but he knows better than to turn right as it is now. With
Make
a,
it right.
yeah, and any deliveries of anything with semis, I've just had them go down, make the triangle on Horn and come back up.
Yeah.
So it's only another mile and a half down there.
Makes sense.
Rather than get themselves hung up on that turn anyway.
And I think that was mentioned from the planning commission, the location of the sawmill itself is fairly ideal because obviously you're not going to be able to see that from the highway. You
Can't
can't
see it.
see it from Rosita Road.
Can't see it from any of the neighbors
So,
to speak of, and it's
yeah.
down, the noise level is so minimal anyway, but it's down in a hollow
Mhm.
that really holds the noise.
And he's agreed to do it from no longer than 7 AM to 7 PM.
7:30 p.m.
Yeah.
7.
Yeah.
7:30. I'm not, I thought we had said 7 to 7, but then that's what they put in there. So
Oh.
I don't even have to work late.
I'm not planning on working that late. My wife will be the one calling you guys complaining that I was.
Can you change the hour?
And on that side, there's live water,
I'm sorry,
live water,
what do you mean by live wire?
Creek.
creek bed.
There is it's on the other side of that. On the other side of the road access that goes down through there, which is called Sage Corners.
Mhm.
There is a dry creek bed. I saw it run.
Wash.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, I saw it run one time.
okay,
Seasonal.
Yeah, very seasonal, like once every
so
10
not
years.
quite live, okay.
You know, just, I want to also commend you. It would have been easy for a landowner just stick a sawmill down in that hole. Never say a word about it. So appreciate you taking the high road here and doing it correctly, which from everything I understand, that's the only way you operate. But I just wanted to commend you because we've been struggling with people just going off on their own, especially if it's not going to be real visible. They can get away with that. But thank you.
Well, I have a theory in life, and that is that if you try to do it right the first time, then you're not gonna get hosed over because if I came to you after I'd already been operating, my odds of getting this SCP would have been much less, and that's the way I look at it.
Good.
So that's
Great. Thank you.
in my own interest.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Anything else? Anything from the room? Not seeing any hands online? Those in favor then of approving the guide SUP signify by saying aye.
Aye,
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries.
good. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I also have one from the other day for you, so
Okay.
there's a third one there.
Thanks, Dorothy. Nice to see ya.
Take care.
Thanks, Mr. We'll catch you. Appreciate y'all's time.
Good cards. If I had it in. I'm not retired, obviously. That was the cut. I'm gonna look here and see if I have a question. If I don't have them to pick up on them. Okay.
Okay, the next item will be
It doesn't say a lot, but.
consideration of
We're gonna be adding.
the makeup of the Board of Health.
And liquid storage, eventually a kiln and also, work.
So we have the consideration of the makeup of the BOH, so. You asked for that to be on the agenda?
No,
Or-
I had
or you
asked
had?
for it
Okay.
to be placed on the agenda, subsequent to actually. Mr. Gilbert in his presentation asked us to put that on the agenda, as I understand it, but I think that got locked in the shuffle, so he asked me after the meeting. If I could follow through with that and get it on the agenda, so. I would recommend we. Open it up for Mr. Gilbert.
All right, if you would like to speak.
Well, as you know, on March 30th at the meeting there, I went through the concerns I had regarding the current Board of Health and its composition being the Board of Commissioners. In my it's my position that the Board of Health would better serve both the citizens of the county and the Director of Public Health if it were composed of more individuals with more experience in the areas of health, medicine, environment, sanitation, and the various fields that public health covers. The requirement to have a Board of Health is driven by having a public health agency in the county. The membership of the Board of Health is in small counties allowed to be the BOCC designated. They can designate themselves. The not requirements, the powers and duties of the county Board of Health is is defined in the Colorado Revised Statutes. I think it's 25-1-508 covers the whole thing. And basically, as I believe from what I've heard from you folks at public health meetings, that you would say that a Board of Health would benefit from having people with more experience than yourselves on it. So that's my position. I would like to see the Board of Commissioners determine that they would like to revamp the Board of Health with a new set of members. I don't know really what else to say about it. I didn't write a resolution to that effect or anything like that. I figured it's better for the Board of Commissioners to generate a resolution to change the makeup of the Board of Health and define it that way, rather than coming from well, your regardless, I was assuming the board of commissioners would do the resolution themselves. After due discussion with public, etc. I don't know what else, to answer any questions you have. I know from my own personal, the demographics of this county really require, in my mind, an effective public health agency with an effective board. And by effective, I don't mean inactive or anything like that. I mean a group of people that understands the system as well as can be done. And the demographics of the county have both the needs for that as well as the supply of that. And I'll stop talking.
Questions, comments, gentlemen?
I do. I would defer to the chair of the Board of Health. Be interested in comments there. We've had this discussion before, obviously.
Okay, I'll talk for a minute. I have a very open mind. I just can't change it. An old family history. No, I'm teasing. I truly believe right now, and I've said it before, we've gone through this one time before. I don't know if you were around, James. When we did it.
I don't know the history of the.
We had let me give you a quick summary. I'm not going to go into it at length, but when we first came into this job, Tom and I, and then at that time it was Jay Prince, that stood up. And at that time, this county was not aware that in 2006, there was a law passed in the state because every county had their own way of public health. And usually the small counties, took the helm and said, well, let's go to the school and get shots and let's have a county health there and, and then pay attention to it locally. Everybody did differently. And so the state said, we gotta get uniform here. And they also recognized that little counties didn't have the money to do a lot of things. And that's why grants are available for public health and other things. And in 2006, they said, you will all do it and we'll have a board established. And the commissioners are and can be and should be the chair, the Board of Health. That was set up. That's how it was set up initially by the statute that you mentioned. Not necessarily.
May I comment a second?
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say the way you stated that. The statute says that the commissioners may designate themselves as the Board of Health.
That's correct.
Doesn't say.
That's right. We could have hired a Board of Health. That's true. That's true. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. The point is, the three are that way. And they also noticed that you could also set up joining counties because there's some counties with only 700 people in them. So you can get a commissioner on each one. You can have a Board of Health of 3 with the district, right? Douglas County brought up, somebody brought up today, they actually were in a tri-county deal and they cut themselves out just recently, as opposed to having a tri-county health department. Anyway, bottom line was we stood it up and we were operating, and what we would do in the meetings, and Tom was well aware of it, at that time, we would adjourn the meeting, we would convene a meeting of the Board of Health in the same meeting and talk to our public health agency had a public health nurse at the time. Anyway, when we set it up, according to the statute, we had the resolution, we did set it up correctly for everything. At that same time, there was a discussion, and I don't remember whether COVID hit when it had just started, and we passed a resolution to stand up the public health agency and a Board of Health. And that's when we voted to have, and that's when I became the chairman, actually. All in one swoop, we set it up, and that's when I became the chair. And then we went through the same process about 2 months later. Well, there's a leader, no matter what discipline or what agency or what company or whatever, is never the expert on everything. you have expertise in some things, and usually you evolve and you as a leader of an organization, you depend on recommendations and options presented by experts, just like you're proposing. And so, and then we were always uncomfortable, and especially when COVID hit, what are we going to do? Who's got the authority to do it and whatever. But by statute, you'll see that the public health director is responsible to put together a board of experts to do and work whatever the issues are as they come and go. And the experts aren't necessarily the people that work full time. They're volunteers, or they could be hired part-time or whatever. It's up to the agency to manage. And so we went through that same process. And in that process, when we had to balance, especially when we were shutting down businesses in the county, per the mandates or the recommendation from the state CDPHE, it was awful hard to say to follow the exact recommendations that the state is making that might be different, because in the county it's a different environment. Classic is then they said you can't ride bicycles anymore because on the trails in Denver, you can run into each other and fall over and infect somebody possibly, but out here your neighbors are a mile apart and a guy can ride around. Anyway, so we looked at what are some options, and we considered putting in a board of health that are civilians, either volunteers, experts, or whatever, just like you proposed. That point is where I drew the line. I said, as the elected official here that has the authority and responsibility given to us by the citizens of this county to represent them, I would not ever want to relinquish my authority and still be responsible for the decisions that that agency would make that we don't have any control over directly. And be still accountable for the lives of the people in this. I feel very strongly that I am responsible as a commissioner for the health and well-being and the goodness of things, the services that we provide by the direction of our bosses and what their expectations are of the citizen. So after going through it together and recognizing that, yes, I don't have I do have some experience, and you know that I have a patent on a good blower system for chemical biological welfare. So I'm very familiar with medical needs and a lot of things in my biomedical degree that I have as well. So, but you don't get that always with a commissioner. Kevin does not have a biomedical degree, neither does Tom. And so what do we do? And I don't have an expertise in virology that I would depend upon Dr. Brown to make sure that he brings to this board of health the right recommendations for us to consider. And as a leader, that's what you do. You look at your experts that you get around you. You're only as strong as the team you have around you. Same with your civilian board that you would want to establish. You all three, whoever they are, we've got a virologist and a internist and whatever on board, that doesn't make them leaders, and it doesn't make them necessarily understand the rest of the county needs. One thing to isolate people and hope that when we come out of it, they still have the county around that has still people working or not, and so somebody has to balance the risk against the benefit. In war, I came through that as well. The risk versus the benefit is what every commander does, and the CEO of a company does the same thing, because the welfare of his people that he manages, just like the county is the same responsibility to do that. You have to have people to depend on. I personally have been dependent on the input from the experience that we have internally here. Tom's got different experience than I do on some things, and so does Kevin, that helped me make better decisions, even from a board of health point of view, as well as listening to the people. The board of health would do that too. So that's my position now. I think when you first presented this, you had a good idea. One was, let's understand what the people of the county really want. I think a workshop is a good thing that you had proposed, that you wanted to get input from people. That's what you were talking back and forth on the last meeting when everybody was just breaking up. That would be, my open-minded position would be, all right, if the citizens of this county, the majority of them want to do that, then I work for the boss and I would consider that. Yeah, absolutely. But I think it does need more input than the 5 people here. I don't think we were going to vote on it today. At least I wouldn't be, I wouldn't take that position myself. So that's just my little 10 cents worth to open up discussion.
May I say something?
Sure.
The primary issue that concerns me about the administration of public health through the Board of Health is that politics has no business being in the business of health.
I agree.
And as political agents, you, the commissioners, have a conflict because you have a political role as commissioners, and you, as Board of Health, you have to be apolitical. And I do not believe that it's fair to ask one individual to try to divide themselves in half like that. Now, with respect to these, the design of the public health system generally, it is on purpose kept separate. That's why we have a state CDPHE. That's why we have county boards of health, because they're in sort of 2 separate pillars that come at the top because the governmental agencies appoint the leaders of those groups. So you have a pillar here that essentially functions autonomously to ensure the health of the entity it's responsible for, the county, is the primary goal of that unit. The governmental agency has a different primary goal. It has the success of the county, the business, the operations of the county, all that other kind of stuff. And that's over here, and that's more of a political thing. At some point, those 2 objectives are going to meet and either meld or conflict. And at that point, the 2 boards need to negotiate what is best. And in my opinion, as a living human, I would say that health usurps government. If I didn't really care if I lived much longer, then maybe it would be the other way around. The Board of Health is supposed to be by design an advisory board and an operational board and a policy board to assist the public health agency and the director thereof. It's not the other way around. The director isn't assisting the Board of Health. It's the other way around. That's why we need a set of experts in the aspects of public health that Dr. Brown doesn't have in his expertise. For instance, his resume has a wealth of public health experience, but maybe not so much in esoteric communicable diseases or something. But, and then also remember that health is a lot of different things too. For instance, sanitation. Currently we have the planning and zoning person doing sanitation, but the issue with sanitation could be, epidemic dysentery or something like that. And that's a public health issue. But regardless, also the issue of the nature of the county and how it operates and who lives there and what the practices and history of the county is served by appointing individuals with expertise that are county residents and have been, and understand, for instance, the traditional aspects of county life and how a potential public health directive or order is going to impact that, and then be able to weigh it for themselves, saying, well, maybe we should either temper our order or make it an order instead of a directive, because we know we're going to get resistance, but it has to be done, for instance. Those types of things.
Okay, time out.
And that's
Gotcha.
my discussion with your.
That's good points. Let me correct a couple things and then I'll let other people get their 2 cents worth in future. There is no, the structure of the county government, start there. I don't work for the CDPHE. I don't work for the governor either. The county, we work for the people, right? I want to keep that clear. And there's a dotted line coming down from the CDPHE to our health department. They don't work for the CDPHE either. They work for the county.
But they have to follow.
No, they don't have it.
They have to follow the rules and directives of the state public health.
They have to consider them and then decide exactly whether they conform with an order. It's really a recommendation. They aren't really orders. If the state decides to legislate an order and put money against it and authority to enforce it, that's a different thing. That's different. We have safety rules like speed limits. You know, that's a wise thing to do. Those are passed by the state to do those things. And that's just one point. I'm not going to argue about it any further. But the point is, what you've made are some very good points. We have to consider the people in the county and the expertise. And that was what Dr. Brown, and that's what helped both Jamie and Tom understand that we are getting advice from experts. And as a matter of fact, Jim, if you know Dr. Brown, he didn't just depend on what his knowledge was, because he has certain expertise, like you said. But he went to virologists, not only here in the county and understand with people that have expertise in what the impacts are of decisions. He had people in Florida, I think, and across the nation on what was to get the best of the best. And he came to us with those recommendations based upon what the skill set of the people in the county had, including the nurses that are either retired, had been advising him as well. Doctors that have been here, either active or retiring. And so I feel comfortable personally that the decisions we made were good decisions based upon the recommendations we got for the best of the citizens of this county, the health and welfare and the economic welfare of this county to balance it. So that's where we are with that. But I certainly, if there's something to be had to get more a different way, maybe we help structure the public health agency that takes advantage of some of the ideas you have. If there needs to be a way of getting other people involved to help get recommendations to us, then that's a good thing, or to the Dr. Brown. So maybe that's the next step we do, is to consider something like that and come back and then decide how we want to move forward or not.
Can I make one more statement and then I'll shut up forever?
Okay, no, I don't want you to shut up forever.
Well, I mean, for now, because
I want to hear from other people.
But the one thing I will say is that before anything is fully done or whatever, I strongly suggest that the three of you read in detail the statute, because many of the things you said, Bill, are not according to the statute. Okay. The statute conflicts with what you said. I'm done.
All right.
Go to the next.
By the way, I do, and I passed out a handbook to everybody that on how it's organized and all that. I understand it. I'm sorry if I'm overstating or understating, but I understand what you're saying. Go ahead.
I'm Robert Larson. I was an infectious disease specialist. Dr. Brown and I have discussed the COVID thing continually during this COVID outbreak. I even served in New York and at one of the COVID only hospitals and at LA County for a while when they were going through troubles.
Yeah, I was really happy to hear that, because he brought that up and you
well, he had a whole slate of people that he actually brought together, not just me, but others with different expertise. And your comment about, we all don't know everything, a perfect example of that, this COVID epidemic. I had no idea that they had a vaccine for cattle for COVID. That's not in human medicine, so I had no idea. So there are gaps, and he pulled together a wide variety of people that I thought was exceptional, given the population that we have. It was all volunteer, and I think it worked quite well. So if the board wants to be more involved, you could vet the volunteers. All the volunteers probably have curricula vitae if they're working with him. And you could look at it and say, does this seem reasonable to have this person giving advice to public health? Or you could leave that to Dr. Brown.
Actually, we did do some of that because he passed it back and forth, and when we were concerned,
At any rate,
that's a good point.
I think public officials can make good decisions without health decisions, without necessarily having to go to a public health.
Did you have anything?
I do, but I'll defer. Go ahead.
By all means.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Kanda painted a fairly accurate picture of the time frame around COVID when this issue came up. To his point, prior to COVID, we barely took time during a commissioner meeting to deal with public health at all. Usually it was to hear a quick report or request from the public health director. Wasn't a whole lot going on. The biggest thing we had going on was, of course, the night health fair in those days. And it's changed now, of course.
Shot with the jail.
So when that all came about during the early months of COVID, I agreed and believed that there were other people that were better educated, more experienced, more knowledge to serve as a board of health than the county commissioners. I want to clarify something that Commissioner Candace said about, if I heard him correctly, he said, well, we stood up the public health at the beginning of that COVID. Well, that's not really true. Board of Health existed long before we got into office. So we assumed the role of the Board of Health by de facto. I mean, that's just the way it was. That's how this county elected to move forward. The regional public health is certainly an option, but not one that this county exercised to move forward with. So, but I felt like there was some merit to the fact of maybe the Board of Health should be quote unquote health experts. Not sure just because we got elected to be county commissioners that necessarily qualified us to be good Board of Health members. I still feel that way to some degree. I think there are people more qualified to serve on a Board of Health than myself. I said that then, and I still feel that way. To some degree, I've changed my opinion about that as time has gone on, especially coming out of that COVID pandemic. Hell, nobody knew how to deal with a global pandemic at a county level to the size and scale of what COVID put on us. I think we made some mistakes during COVID, no doubt about it, as a Board of Health. I think we could have done things differently. We, as a Board of Health in those days, went back and forth on what we should do. We didn't always agree. But I don't think we had the magic bullet for that pandemic. Moving forward in a non-pandemic situation, I'm not sure that the month-to-month public health issues are so great that the existing Board of Health and the public health agency could not deal with those. So I don't have that angst that I did in 2020 and 2021 or 21 and 22. So I understand what you say. I appreciate you bringing this to the board. I'm willing to consider that. It's falls to me in one of those realms that I've said numerous times here. It would be easy for you to load this room up with people that want to support your position. It would be easy for someone else to load the room up for a different position. It doesn't mean that we get a clear, accurate reflection of what the citizens of this county think we should do. I don't care. They're welcome to say what they think we should do. That is not an edict to me. That's somebody's opinion. They're not elected, so they don't really get to say. They can tell us their opinions and we move forward with the information and knowledge we have at the time. So I would consider listening to the citizens in a workshop format or a survey or however, one would go about determining that. But we still need to come down to the final decision to say, what do we think is best for our county? Do we think a board of health of 9 health professionals would be a better board of health than we would? Then that's the route we should take. The reason we didn't move forward was because there was a minority, small number of people that squalled like mash cats that they did not think we should be giving up control as elected officials to a governing board. In my opinion, that's why it never got any traction. And I'm not sure that's right either. We never moved forward to try to get comprehensive public input on what our citizens and our voters thought we should do in those days. So I'm still not clear how we would go about doing that accurately, but I would not be inclined to make a motion today to change the Board of Health. That doesn't mean, to Bill's opening remarks, which I thought were hilarious, I appreciated your humor, right? I have an open mind, but I'm not going to change it. No, I'm not saying I wouldn't consider it, but I certainly wouldn't lead the charge to make that change. Now, unfortunately, let's say we ended up in another global pandemic. Probably have this conversation all over again. I don't know. But I don't think you're unreasonable to bring this to the table for conversation and discussion and further thought.
Well, the Board of Health is not designed to be an emergency response team.
No.
It's designed for preparedness. Just like the Office of Emergency Management is, but you have one of those.
Right.
Just like your Planning and Zoning Commission is.
Well, I
You
would
have
say
one of
that
them.
the Public Health Agency
That's
is
what they're,
responsible for
and that's
for
what they're
that,
doing.
not necessarily the Board of Health,
Responsible for
Preparedness.
for the preparedness stuff.
and the Board of Health is the agency that runs the public health agency. That's what it says right in the statute.
That's right.
Don't do
And
don't
so
disagree with
you
that.
have a policy-making agency, not a response agency. So your statement about, well, hopefully we won't have another pandemic is irrelevant in a sense. I mean, we have an epidemic of opiate addiction. We have a lot of different things that we need to prepare for. Talk to the cardiologists, et cetera, et cetera. But I said I'd shut up, but
Yeah,
I'm
Jim,
talking again.
yeah, I hear you. But to Tom's point, he made a very good point. That's what he is doing. And he does bring those to us.
His job. His
The
job is to
preparedness,
administer.
I'm talking about the administration. No, he's responsible to be prepared for it as well, Jim. That's the
Okay,
charter he has.
I can't,
Anyway, that's
I'm
okay.
not gonna argue with you because I'm reading from a statute. You're talking about what you think is happening.
Okay.
I want to shut up because there's people online, there's people in the room that maybe want to talk and either side of the other.
They do back there. Wait a minute, let's let Ann.
Well, let's get back.
We're back. I'm sorry.
We're still in a
Get back to
board
this.
meeting,
We got a board meeting.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, you said 10.
We never have gotten to public comment because there's no motion on the floor, correct?
that is correct. So I would say, and I deferred to both of you gentlemen because I was not here at the onset of this. But what I did witness since my tenure here has been, given the situation, I believe that it worked relatively well. We didn't always agree with the CDPHE. Whether that was political or not, or apolitical. But given the statements made, Dr. Brown did bring in individuals with that expertise. They were not his governing body, but he did bring them in for direction and advice. And there again, this is my opinion, but I do feel that it did work relatively well. And he does look forward. He's bringing stuff to us all the time in regards to different situations that could or could not take place. Matter of fact, just the other day, he brought us back in to revisit the air monitoring systems and things of that nature. So it's not, given the makeup of the BOH right now, does not by default go to reactionary rather than proactive. And just because the pandemic per se is over, that doesn't mean that he does not still reach out for that advice from other people. But that's kind of where I'm at on that at this time. And I would suppose that unless you gentlemen have something else on that, we will go ahead and move forward, I guess, at this time. If I too would consider if there was a need to visit this in a public setting, a public meeting, I would not be adversely affected by that either. So.
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. I do not believe we would have a motion at this time on that then. But thank you, sir. Additional items of business. I do have one here that was brought to my attention a little bit ago, is the Colorado Local Government Opioid Participation Forum. Is something that we have done in the past. I believe you could probably speak to it better than I could. It is due on Friday, is why it was brought to my attention. If you would like to speak
Yeah,
to
if
that.
I couldn't quote those 5 from memory, but Dr. Brown and I and a couple other people said on the opioid consortium for Region 15. And so we were asked to review and sign the participation forms to move forward with distribution of settlement dollars from 5 different corporations that were sued. Teva, Allergen, Walmart, CVS, and Walgreens. And so if we want to move forward with receiving funds from that lawsuit against those 5 corporations, then we need to sign on to that. We would not, if we don't do this, we would not be eligible to get that. I don't want to say the county share because we've already signed an MOU that we wouldn't take a share for the county, that we would put our share into the regional pot of money. And then the consortium that Dr. Brown and I set on would determine how that money is going to be allocated and spent within our region 4 counties. So I would move that we sign these forms to indicate an intent to move forward as part of the as a county to move forward as part of the initiative for this consortium.
You say that's the motion?
I did move that.
Okay, I'll
that we
second.
sign, yes.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to have us sign on as participants in the Colorado Local Government Opioid Participation Forum. Discussion.
And really is driven through the Attorney General's office. I would defer certainly to Dr. Brown if he has comments. I'm not sure I painted a great picture.
Yeah.
About that, but.
Yeah, the floor, sir.
Yeah, what Tom just said is accurate. What we have done, because we have had requests from our sheriff to have coverage so that when he gets called, and he gets at least one a week, I think I've talked to you guys about this a little bit before, but he gets about one a week, and they're usually about 2 o'clock in the morning, and he doesn't have a lot of deputies on, and there's not a lot happening, but when you have a patrol car pull up in front of somebody's house who is in emotional distress at a time, threatening suicide, so on. Most of the neighbors usually notice when there's a patrol car pulls up in front of their neighbor's house. And that is not something that's going to relieve the stress on the person who is already stretched to the point of breaking. So what I did in our behavioral and mental health group, and Tom and I were on different, he was on the anti-stigma campaign, essentially to kind of calm down. Boy, people say, oh boy, they had mental problems. Well, all of us have, quote, mental problems. We'll have stressors on us. But I was on the other, I started off on that committee and Tom was there, so I went on to the mental health and provision of care. What Mr. Sheriff Smith said was, I need to have people who are on call who can cover for me, because we just can't handle all of that all of the time. In the middle of the night, I can't send a patrolman taking somebody out to Canyon City or Pueblo or wherever and not have enough people to even cover our township or our county. So what I did was argue for us, and thankfully, it was successful to get 3 social mental health workers assigned specifically to our county. So if somebody, not only 2, but if somebody's on vacation or sick or whatever, the 3rd one can fill in. So we have a 24-hour a day, 7-day a week coverage for mental health, for emotional well-being for our county. So that we have divided up those funds that Tom successfully spoke to, so that we are literally bribing people, so to speak, to sign up for these rural counties to provide services that we don't have within our county. So we are paying a $500 a month stipend to help support these people who have agreed to support us by allowing them to have money enough for food, for living here, because the expenses are higher. I mean, I'm sorry, we can't get the food for the same amount here as we can get in Colorado Springs, for instance. So these people with this $500 a month stipend have accepted, like we went through approximately 15 people and they all accepted. And the people that are specific to us, they have all accepted. So we now, for the first time, because of this money that's been brought in, have coverage, have some support. Is it going to work 100% of the time? It never works 100% of the time. But the more support we can give, the better the chances we have of keeping our residents, our citizens alive and healthy and not breaking down, in spite of some of the pressures that we're undergoing, not only as a country, but as a county at this time. So that is, Tom,
Yeah, I think, and to your point, the crux of that whole thing is the money that Dr. Brown spoke of obviously is coming from these lawsuit settlements, and for us to benefit as a group and subsequently as a county, I think we need to participate in that. So I don't see any downside to consenting to move forward with the Attorney General's office. So yeah, obviously the anti-stigma campaign portion of that I was involved in moved forward. We've been expending dollars on that whole movement to combat the stigmatism of opioid and other drug and alcohol abuse. So
Anything from you, sir?
No, I'm good with it. Good.
I have a thing for you to be able to electronically sign. So after the meeting, I'll have you do that.
Okay, any comment from the room? And anything online? I'm not seeing any hands raised online. So I do have a motion on the floor to sign the participation forms for the Colorado local government opioid. I don't know why I can't say opioid today. So to sign on to participate in this lawsuit. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I,
Motion carries. Any other additional items of business, gentlemen?
yes,
Any public comment at this time? And
And Margaret, in relationship to the Board of Health, I just wanted to make a comment because it did happen back in 2020. A lot of conversation, work, research went into the structure of that BOH. I don't think, you all came to that agreement, but I just wanted to let you know that a lot of citizens agree with you and that it's not broken and it's working well. And we commend you for doing that. Those were some very rough years. And what Dr. Brown has done and all of his expert people that he has, I just wanted to say job well done.
thank you. Anything else? Anything online? Okay, that being the case, then I would entertain a motion to go into executive session at this time.
I move we go into executive session at this time.
for
For personnel issues. Personnel
issue, I
issues.
think, yeah.
I think it will still be.
Oh, it is issued, okay. Yes, we still, yeah. I'll second the motion.
Okay, so I have a motion on the,
All right, go ahead.
okay, I have a motion on the floor to go into executive section for personnel issues. Those in favor.
Will you indicate who you request to be in the executive session on part of the motion?
I would state to people at this time, then people to be in this executive session would be myself, Commissioner Flower, Commissioner Kanda, Clerk of the Board, Kelly Camper, and HR Director Braden Wilson. Those in favor of going into executive session for those personnel issues signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Okay, the time is now 1:06 PM. And I will reconvene this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. The executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were myself, Kevin Day, Commissioner Bill Kanda, Commissioner Tom Flower, HR Director Braden Wilson, and Clerk to the Board Kelly Camper. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into executive session occurred during that session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concern for the record now. Hearing none, I would adjourn this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners at 1:07 PM.
Okay.